Hey, chat. Hi, everybody. I have made it back. The Eagle has landed fresh off a plane. Okay. We are ready to get back into the Donna Adelson case. We did miss yesterday, day 3, where I believe 4 witnesses were on the stand. One was Jeff Lacasse, which is really important because he was Wendy Adelson's former boyfriend, former lover, whatever you want to call him. We also had Katie McBanawa, Catherine McBanawa, who was the co-conspirator in this whole thing. She testified yesterday. You also had another young lady that dated Charlie. So that's going to be interesting. And then in addition, we also had a forensic investigator that looked at money and how money moved in between all of these parties. So yesterday was a pretty jam-packed day. Today we continue, actually a fifth witness as well, a fifth witness who works for the Tallahassee Police Department, who I believe started today's day, is going to continue with that. So as you can see, the state is playing no games. Georgia meant it. She can try this case in 6 days. Here we go with day 4. We're going to continue with this investigator, and we're going to continue with, I don't know. I want to see if Charlie's going to testify today. I'm very curious about that. We also did miss a little bit of Rob because I had to run out and get to the airport, but no more traveling. I am staying grounded. So I will bring you guys up to speed with everything. With that being said, let us jump on in. Let me know what you guys have in your cups. I have my coffee here. We're ready to go starting at 10:30 today so we can skip the lunch break. All right. So we're going to be able to skip that entire hour-long lunch break and not miss a beat today. All right, there she is, Miss Donna. Jury is entering. Okay, why are they saying that there's no audio?
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
It seems as if you guys can't hear me. If you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat just so I know. Otherwise, we'll have to restart this. I just heard somebody say that or saw somebody say that. Just let me know so I know the audio is good.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Thank you, Chad.
Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks. Everybody has enough?
Snacks.
All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know.
Judge Everett providing snacks.
Examine as necessary.
All right, so before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer 664 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Reminder to hit the like button on your way in.
Sergeant Corbett, does this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon. I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you. Okay, so where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the email showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanwa's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time.
Not Metro.
And we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanwa and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanwa's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanwa's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this will be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car. We see she has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she kind of immediately return back to her residence?
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17 And then another event we see to the right, this is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of comfort for a short period of time.
Okay. Did you look at her records to see who she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back?
Yes.
Okay. Who was she talking? Okay. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here in the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain time periods of communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right. So using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanowa's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay. Was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental, since he is the person who rented the car at that time?
Objection or speculation. Overrule, the witness may testify based on his analysis of these records.
It is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Okay. They could just not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right. But the reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, who attempts to call Catherine Magbanowa once she is consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
So again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57 p.m.
Yeah, Charlie set that up.
After Magbanowa, if she has dropped off Garcia at this point to rent the car, and this car ends up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is that at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
What time do they get off the phone?
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Catherine Magbanois at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Adelson residence. What do you mean by that?
Oh,
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so this is a landline that
He called a house
presumably they
phone.
would both use that's located in their house.
Correct.
Okay.
Charlie called the
How
house
long does
phone.
that conversation between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Who does Catherine Magbanois call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay, do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see
Harvey.
10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night. No.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Catherine Magbanois. Is that right?
That
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Catherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Catherine Magbanois that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Who
Correct.
still has a
All right.
landline in
What
2014?
percentage of total communication does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Catherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanois, Mr. Sigfredo, Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown, looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and
What?
1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey
Damn.
and Donna
They
Adelson.
were
So
talking.
a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Catherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a four-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacoste's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes, and slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Truscott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Trescott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the 2nd through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, and between Magbanawa and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Catherine Magbanawa the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Catherine Magbanawa?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
All right, guys, and real quick, there is absolutely a Michael Proctor civil service thing happening right now. Cardi B's case is also happening right now. We started with Adelson first, so we're giving that first priority, but today is a very, very busy legal day. So I just wanted to quickly announce that. We're going to try to put our eggs in one basket for now, but it's hard to cover all of this stuff at the same time. But because I missed yesterday with Adelson, we're going to stick here for now. And I'm working with my team to see what we can do to summarize some of the other stuff for y'all.
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right. Going forward to July 3rd, was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendy Adelson that day?
Yes. A reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay. And was it addressed to Wendy, and we blurred out their names, but her 2 sons, and listed Wendy and her 2 sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
And what last name, or an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these Evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account to Evite inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is "Have my 14 invitations been sent?" She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite.
Per that email, yes.
And checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell bride of Wendy Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendy Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendy Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendy Adelson when she sent this message?
So,
oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendy Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendy Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th?
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendy Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have a location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach, that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right. What did Wendy Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry, which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right. But you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
Not cable.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendy Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail, to Wendy Adelson
Donna
regarding
Sue.
Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendy?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find the text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56.
And do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanowa basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lives south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanowa's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanowa's residence that night, does Magbanowa contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that will be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanowa makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day, when he's calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanowa in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right. Right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanowa and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanowa and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanowa.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanowa, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is running and after he talks to Magbanowa?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be, yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in the, I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's two calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, two calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your fourth call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanowa and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanowa's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanowa's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now, on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in the last, for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second.
Oh, Georgia's giving her some type of intel. What do we need to know, Georgia? What you got for us, Georgia? Georgia, I wonder if we're going to see Charlie today, guys. This man has been on the stand since yesterday evening. So hopefully they are wrapping up with him today. It is important information and the
Wanted to
jury
ask you
needs to
one more
hear
thing
it.
about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Stein, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
But Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay. So we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where McBan was the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to McBanois?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, between McBanois and Garcia.
This is an interesting visual. Like you could see Harvey and Wendy calling Donna. Donna talks to Charlie 4 times. Charlie talks to Katie 12 times. Katie calls Sigfredo. I believe that says 12 times. It's right behind the lawn crime symbol there. And then she only calls Luis twice. So that red side of it looks like the conspiracy, but Donna is in the middle. So, you know, a lot of you guys have mentioned this morning that it seems so confusing between if people are trying to pin this on Wendy, if Donna is trying to pin this on Wendy, but that's why I'm very curious to see if we'll see Charlie today. I'm just going to keep monitoring a bunch of feeds to see if he's at the courthouse. I know he's in the area because remember his jail, he is not serving time in the state of Florida. He's serving time somewhere else. So I'm just monitoring that because I want to see if he gets on the stand and we get to hear what it's going to look like facing his mother, right, as the defendant this time, because Donna was not in the courtroom when, you know, he was being tried. So this is interesting.
And then as the others, excuse me, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications that, or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185. We see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay. And what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay. And what happens after that?
Additional communications between Catherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Catherine just after midnight.
Okay. And is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content and the forensic examination of Wendy Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendy had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it when she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th? Did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
Yes.
Okay. So sometime between 8 a.m. when the
So we have a
event is
deletion.
on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m., there's a call from Wendy to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay.
Not a butt dial.
All right. So moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendy?
Wendy calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendy actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendy again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendy has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted.
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
Oh,
What's next?
That's pretty huge. So we are now looking at the morning of the murder. Wendy texts Charlie and says, "This is so sweet." It is verified that that text message was deleted before her phone was scanned at the police station for Cellbrite stuff. What is so sweet? What is she talking about? And then before that, if you look at that, this is 8:20 a.m. Look at this text message before. This is a message at 8:11. Who's texting Wendy telling her that Best Buy is coming? Donna. So Donna sends a message to Wendy saying, "Hey, just so you know, Best Buy is on their way to fix your TV," right? 9 minutes later, Wendy says, "This is so sweet." What is she talking about? Because if you guys remember Wendy said that she said this 2 days ago. I was really surprised to see that Best Buy was there so early. So we're getting some good stuff, little gems. I mean, it is long testimony, but we're getting some gems out of this one.
And that was deleted.
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Celebrate that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Celebrate that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendy receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Dan. Dan's dad.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendy Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Okay. What happens after that?
I couldn't hear it, but what did he say? He said, "Hey, Wendy, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 a.m. on Friday. Just wanted to let you know I was hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon, take them swimming, and then have them ready for you around 4:30 or 5. If you can pick them up from me, either at Trescott or Trousdale or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And also, I'd love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school and birthday stuff and all of that. I'm going to be at the gym probably till about 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for, I can't read the rest of it, but it sounds like a pretty pleasant message. I mean, it doesn't sound bad at all. It sounds like this guy was just trying to take care of his kids.
So Charlie calls Wendy or attempts to call Wendy at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
Wendy texts Dan Markel stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But
Oh,
from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appeared to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendy Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendy Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's
spot
already
on,
in
Kansas.
the Premier parking lot around that time.
Would be correct, yes.
Okay.
Wendy
What is-
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendy receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay. So at the point where the Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendy and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendy would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendy texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted? See you at 4:30 today at my house then.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot.
Jeez.
Thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Catherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Catherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendy 10:06, short duration. Catherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes.
It's a lot of phone
And
calls.
that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel. Thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220, and we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, that's not evidence, it's also stipulation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, that you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the text in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes,
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
yes,
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message.
correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder, Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
So they were following Dan all morning, and they followed
What
him
was
to the gym.
Last event with location data that we have for them, while consistent with Premier Gym.
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38, the Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustain unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Mr.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Catherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see two incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 timeframe.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendy Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon timeframe when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendy Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12 or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35. And then that call ends at 12:47.
Oh,
So we see again, that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 timeframe and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
wow.
Meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendy Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on, since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue
What?
to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
That's
Are you familiar
the-
with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was heading.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would. And this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC Liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time. And we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Catherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
Using the bathroom.
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
All right, somebody needed a potty break. Luckily for us, we did start later today, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that break. And right now, court is on lunch, so we will be able to skip both. If we have some time, chat, what I would love to do, just because your girl was traveling, I flew out Tuesday afternoon, flew back in this morning at like 4 a.m. I woke up and I got back here at like 8 to make it back in time to stream today. So during lunch, if we have a moment or two, I would really like to see Jeff Lacasse testimony, and then we could check out Katie Magbanua's as well, because those are the highlights of yesterday. And I'm hearing that yesterday was an important day. So I've got those, I've got our super chats as well, but I just wanted to give you guys that update. Right now, this testimony is really looking like Wendy was up to some shady stuff. Even the fact that there was a route that she could have taken to go to that liquor store, and she took a long time. She took a longer route, and she also took a phone call, right? So I want to hear a little bit more about that phone call. I'm going to go ahead and skip that break and bring us back to where they were. Jury's coming back in.
Everyone
Right
can be
here.
seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Porter.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanwa and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence, where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
Correct.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Catherine Magbanwa communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Magbanwa calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Catherine Magbanwa's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes. And again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud. And the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Catherine Magbanwa?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendy Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendy Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay.
Huh.
And what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m.
Okay, so the day of Dan's death, Wendy at 7:04 p.m. calls Donna. Donna calls Charlie. She says, call us ASAP. Her and Harvey get in the car and they start going to Charlie's house. Call us ASAP.
And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in
Oh,
the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendy Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by 7, or she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson
And Harvey Adelson.
and Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide? You said that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanwa's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanwa arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and calls for speculation.
Overruled, he may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is, it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call. And this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263. And it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, with based on these two phone call or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m.
this is
So
crazy.
with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So we are, the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
Uh-oh. Donna?
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence. We have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 9:19, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says,
Interesting.
he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house
Correct.
after receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was 1 hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
Ooh.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take 1 hour and 54 minutes.
What was she doing?
Which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately 1 hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on
Does he
we're-
check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel? Okay, love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes,
And on the same date, July 18th?
correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes,
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 832 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
it was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay, so Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32, it was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanoa's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone, yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10:20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Catherine Magbanwa's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, does she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that, at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanwa is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop, and at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Catherine Magbanwa gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number. And they talk for about 1:40. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanwa communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia. But all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Staying to establish the foundation for the witness to testify to those.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanwa at 10:31 in the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanwa's locations at 10:31, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Catherine Magbanwa's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascara's residence.
Okay, thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right, can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Catherine Magbanowa's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanowa's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanowa are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo?
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay. All right. I want to move on to the bump in this case, which the wire calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is 4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street?
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendy Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Catherine McBanois at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
209.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later. But what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their
Objection, Your
own?
Honor. Facts not in evidence, counsel is testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
Okay, so it appears that this is a longer sidebar. I think they break for lunch right after this. Let us go ahead and skip ahead. Very long sidebar. And this witness was pretty much on the stand yesterday and is still on the stand right now. Okay, they're breaking from that sidebar. Looks like Judge Everett is coming back on the stand, and we'll figure out what that was all
At
about.
this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
They got a long lunch today, huh? Jury is leaving the room.
During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, we'll review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Not from the defense this time, Your Honor.
Please report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before we rest for the evening.
Oh man, this really is long.
Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. So this sergeant really has been on the stand for a really long time. He was there yesterday. With that being said, since we do have time before they return, we can check out, and I did pull it up, what we missed yesterday, or at least what I missed. This is going to be a recap of Jeff Lacasse on the stand. And then I do want to check out Katie if we can, because I do believe that that was brief as well. Let's check it out and see what we missed yesterday. So Jeff is Wendy's ex. And it's interesting because they almost, not even almost, it appears that the Adelson family was trying to frame Mr. Lacasse. So this was yesterday's testimony.
Their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Jeff took a little bit to get up there. There he is.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, sir.
I love when Georgia takes the lead.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University.
How long have you been at FSU?
Since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would market it around July 14th, 2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
During the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating. So that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
thing? The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was supposed she really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very
What the hell?
important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How
yeah.
did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled. Wendy would be in a mood. Wendy would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple.
Speculation and opinion.
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court.
Sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Hey, lots of objections here.
So in your observations let's keep it specific to Donna, if you don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I'm
Oh, Georgia.
I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, I met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So I sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together.
The
Wendy's
circus?
parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe Harvey was there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went to stay with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendy Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in a hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub. And
during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes. Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it. Yeah.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of.
Your Honor, your second.
Please approach.
Okay, so we have a hot tub moment going on. So reminder, guys, this is just a replay of yesterday because I was traveling and I missed it. This is Jeff Lacasse, Wendy Adelson's ex-boyfriend, testifying. Remember, they tried to set him up as if he was responsible for this murder. I want Georgia to get deeper into that, but they had a brief sidebar. So we're going to skip ahead and see what else we hear from good old Jeff here and see what happens. Donna seems emotionless on this day. She didn't wear headphones yesterday, huh? That's interesting.
Objection is overruled. You may continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar and had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal.
The Latin Kings. Tuto
I
and
want to ask
taco.
you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
Sustained, you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of those scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
Oh my
As to
God.
a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Wow.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify.
Uh-oh, cat lawyer. You got to relax, cat lawyer.
But how this affected the state of mind of the Adelsons.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
Yeah, we know Judge Everett does not like multiple objections. So they're going up there for that one. Jeff Lacoste has a background in this, but technically the defense team could be right. He shouldn't be testifying about it if they don't know about this, right? So let's keep going when they come back.
Mr. Lacoste, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
Uh-oh. What's about to go down?
Everyone can be seated.
Looks like he's looking something up. We have TiVo time, so I'm skipping.
Discovery. Find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery.
Maybe another 10 minutes, Judge.
Very well. We'll take a recess then until 9:40.
All right, so this was yesterday morning. They took a recess because I guess they're trying to find this in discovery where Jeff talked about his background in child psychology. I mean, what a morning. I'm happy I wasn't here watching that because if they stop the whole trial just to find that one portion, it's like, really, Donna? Really? Really, defense team? But luckily we could skip ahead and continue Jeff's testimony right
So
around
many
here.
incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well, the defense requesting for the court to conduct a Richardson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Well,
Should I get the witness, Judge?
1 moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy
Oh,
Adelson
shoot, Georgia.
concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this,
Only the 4th, Judge.
excuse me, the 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories.
Wow.
Bring in the witness.
Georgia got slapped on the wrist, but it's, inadvertent. I did not expect him to side with the defense on this one, but he did. He sure did. All right, I'm going to skip ahead. So we have a little bit of time. They're back at 1:20, so in 18 minutes. So we do have time to wrap up Jeff Lacasse.
Like they weren't asking for it, and it draws more attention to the record.
That's what you're on.
Jury's coming back on in.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the examination of this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm going to move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Sustained unless there is an exception, Ms. Kaplan.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did she tell you what happened to the TV? How it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation. At the time.
Interesting.
So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what.
What?
But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this.
Ooh.
So it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what's going on the television. But it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay.
Okay, Jeff.
All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date, day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated. And
She
not
was
just
lit.
on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that she just left. I just so.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th. Is
That's
that
right.
Okay.
She was doing something other than
Approach
alcohol.
and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. And I've marked it as States Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so there was
Sounding simpy.
This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like
Sounding
for 6 or
simpy.
7 months.
So
And
in that text message, she's saying,
Look at how he's looking.
From the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
it's implausible. No, I don't
In
think so.
fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Oh, yeah, this got good yesterday, huh? Jeff's like, this email's bullshit. I ain't no secret boyfriend. The kids know me. But Donna didn't like the fact that he was Jewish.
141 is admitted up.
Jeff loved the kids.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was
It's the morning of it's 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. my take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner. And a
You
movie
took her
and
out?
returned there.
Dude,
Well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge. I'm gonna
y'all need to go get him.
you
Go
what's been introduced.
get Jeff. He still took her out. Donna's hair looked fried yesterday. Okay, maybe I can skip ahead.
Go back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement. Didn't see her for a while. Saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it's just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity.
Good old Jeff.
This I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious. When she said
Oh,
this, and she'd asked to tell me in confidence what
My
you don't do
God.
before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Yoga.
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. So she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there. And
Yes.
You're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her and she calls after me. I turn around and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip. And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know.
So she was trying to set him up, okay? And he knows it. Look at his face. Look at his forehead. He knew Wendy was trying to set him up. Wendy was acting erratic. She was trying to end this relationship. He was trying to get out of it. He didn't want to play these games anymore. They tried to set him up for Dan's murder. I do hear them in the other courtroom. This is today. It is 1:20. The jury should be coming back any minute now, but poor Jeff. If he didn't go on that Tennessee trip, Donna, all of them would have set Jeff up for this. Because it would look like he had motive. The new boyfriend kills the baby daddy, the ex-husband. Think about it. Donna, let me show you guys one more thing. I finally got it all set up, okay? I found the Corleone font, the Queen Pen Grandma. All right? This merch is finally ready. It is up and ready for y'all to buy. If you want to buy, just go to av27power.com. This is the first of the merch that I have for Donna.
Conclusion of that research.
We are now live.
Offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. And I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Well, this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zellman. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adopted admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors come into the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, This case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's rule.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up. Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for purposes for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records,
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Okay, what's up, defense team? We are discombobulated again.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you asked, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area. And if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water. But the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset
Expert's
would not
doing
be able
great.
to communicate with it.
He's
So
doing a great
when I
job.
see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
but there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functional.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site. And so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Really thinks he's
Can
cooking.
you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Oh my God, Cardi B is on the stand wilding out right now, guys.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for.
I want to take a brief break and see what shenanigans Cardi B is up to. It's actually really funny. Like she's cursing on the stand and everything. It'll only take a few minutes. It's on Cross. I think it's hilarious. Let me know. Let me know if y'all want to switch. We will switch briefly.
Or Charlie Adelson's CDRs,
Correct.
Catherine McManawa,
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes.
Luis Rivera,
Yes.
anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do.
Yo, it's the funniest thing. All right, guys. This is
Now,
the funniest cross I've ever seen in my life. It's already starting off hot. Hold on. We gotta watch. Here we go. All right, she's coming up. We're just taking a quick detour, y'all. Oh, did I not share it? Here we go.
If you don't have a media badge, it's been approved by the sheriffs. Please do not be using the cell phones, tablets, computers. Thank you.
This is gonna be hilarious.
Good morning. Thank you for coming back today.
You didn't
Good morning, Ms. Carter.
even say good morning.
So when we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was square.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case.
Okay.
But
When-
I'm not sure.
Do you know if the type of phone that she was using when she was recording you, would a light go on or would some kind of noise?
It didn't have a light. It didn't have a light.
So if the cell phone was facing Miss Ellis, I'm assuming it was. Well, let me ask you that. Was the cell phone that you're talking about, was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here. Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, "Oh my God, y'all creepy, creepy." I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, "Yo, why are you recording me?"
Okay. And you've seen like, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that where a police officer will have that?
I never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand, but I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer, a police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them?
Relevance here.
Assisting.
I'm not saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question. If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing
record
a
you.
disturbance.
Time out. Let's not talk over each other, number one. Wait for him to finish
Sorry.
asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's office.
Do you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were
Yes.
a visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When a security officer tells you to leave, are you supposed to leave?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Sustained, if asked and answered, we covered this yesterday.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Did you
I'm
also?
sorry, ma'am, if you hear objection, please wait.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not.
Okay.
That should.
What's wrong?
Do you remember yesterday you said that there was a verbal altercation between the two of you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sustained.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, "Bitch, get the fuck out my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for
The
herself again.
objection is sustained.
And Your Honor, do we have civility in the
Yeah,
courthouse?
why don't we
Yo!
take the temperature down a little bit? You have factual questions.
Look at
to ask
her
her,
face!
It's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used when you got off the elevator to this security guard who's no longer a security guard at this time?
Objection to argumentative and also covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so it's asked and answered. It's the objection sustained.
What did you tell Amani Ellis yesterday?
Sounds like you need one.
What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Objection. Oh, excuse me, argument.
Overruled.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding anything, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct? So
But
you're
I
not
didn't.
disabled.
But I
right?
didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she know?
Time out. Let's slow down the pace just a little bit before the opportunity to give objections and for the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative, relevance,
This is crazy.
Overruled.
and again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice. This isn't,
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher today, so that everybody can hear what I could say, as well as the witness.
I think there's a difference between volume and tone. I think the volume.
No, he's being
tone is a
disrespectful.
little bit
He's being
argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I will try to do my best to tone it down. So, again, I will ask you to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
objection,
No.
Your
Are
Honor.
you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you the things I can
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018? What was your disability?
do? I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem, no problem. Let me ask you this. How many
Counsel, if you
months
ask a
pregnant
question,
were
you
you?
need to wait for the answer.
Okay.
You done, man?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months?
Mhm.
3 to 4 months. Fair enough? Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Imani Ellis know that you were pregnant?
Objection, cultural speculation.
Do you know if Imani Ellis knew that you were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No, I didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremity, your arms? Were your arms disabled? The reason I'm asking is I want to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down on that day as well. You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
He's wilding out.
And
He's wilding out.
I guess that's fine.
I'll let, you can answer this once. Please don't ask it again.
If my arms were disabled, no, my arms weren't disabled.
Can you raise your arms?
That whole courtroom lit up.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able to do it?
Yes.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
That's all I'm asking. Aside from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, do you have any other disabilities?
No.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Why don't you move on, Counsel?
And the hoodie that you had on, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
And was the hoodie over your head or
Yes.
no? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect your identity?
It could be I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done. My makeup not done. I probably just woke up. A lot of reasons.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you fasting or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor?
Assisting.
Now, when you saw Miss Imani Ellis and you got out of the elevator, not asking who did what, I'm asking was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees, any contact between you and Imani Ellis of any kind. Was there? Yes or no?
No,
So she didn't touch you, correct?
no.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me.
Okay.
She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When you
me
say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
because
assume?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I'll say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator,
Okay.
we
Let's-
we walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest. When we got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand. So here's how we're going to do this. The date of the incident is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day, not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Monty Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away and you went away.
Hmm.
So during that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute 45. It was so quick. It was really quick.
Perfect. So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds,
No.
Mr. Curtis.
I didn't say
I-
1
I-
minute.
You know,
45
we haven't had a question yet. Please phrase one that's intelligible.
during the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Imani Ellis, during that period of time of your life and her life, during that segment, just told us now, during that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had the chest to chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
Depends on the level of angry, to be
Right.
honest with you.
Let's talk about the levels. I'm going to go from a scale of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10, what was the level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person
Objection.
on the day of the incident?
Sorry. Objection taken. Ambiguous.
You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection regulated.
Overruled.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern, very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello. So when she was going to beat you, like you just testified, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
She was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right.
Oh,
And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking, I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you saying she's physically bigger, she's taller?
I mean, you have her medical records,
I don't
right?
have anything. I want to ask you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
oh shit!
She's overweight, right? In
God.
your opinion.
Oh my God.
Objection relevant.
Listening.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer me.
Okay. Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
Do you think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection
Assisting.
relevant.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection.
Assisting.
Now, you said you felt, I don't know the words. Let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine.
Just focus on the question and just answer.
Did you use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs?
I'm sorry, Chad. I just had a laughing attack. Cardi B is the best witness on the stand in 2025. Like, that's hands down. Year ain't done yet. Just give it to Cardi, man. Type Cardi in the chat. Type Cardi in the chat. I know we're talking about Adelson today, but like, this is amazing.
Or the police?
Objection.
Did you call anybody? For help?
Over.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said like on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
If you were really scared and really afraid, isn't it true that you could have called your security guards to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called the police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Objection. Compound mischaracterizes the testimony that the phone was in your hand.
Assisting.
You had your phone in your pocket on the date of the incident?
Objection relevance.
Assisting.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize, I understand. Mischaracterizes the testimony.
Over.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernails. Okay, fingernails.
Something new?
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails. So this side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters. You need me to bring it closer? Can you see it from there?
Objection, Your Honor, you went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
2 centimeters. You know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
As an answer,
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters. It's a little bit less than an inch. Okay? Now, Miss Imani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is, did you at any time see a scar on Miss Imani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
Chat. Look at, you guys remember the ruler. 2 centimeters is that small. This is why I didn't cover this case. It is that small, and she got plastic surgery for it. Okay? 2 centimeters. Right here. 1, 2. Dos. They are in court right now about that. All right? But I was starting getting blown up over here. Everybody's like, oh my God, come look at this, come look at this. So we had to come back and watch it. I mean, I think their cross is almost done, so we'll resume the Adelson trial. But oh my God, that is the funniest testimony I've ever seen.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it. Did you look at Miss Imani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face? Or did you not look?
Objection. Compound and relevance.
Assisting.
Did you look at Miss Imani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
I was looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like, she got a pimple on her face? No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut, you wouldn't be able to know because you weren't focusing on it, correct?
Objection calls for expert testimony relevance.
Assisting. Counsel, she's a fact witness. She didn't see a scar. 121.
You testified yesterday that when you go to get your nails done, you tell your nail person to be careful not to make your nails too sharp. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Do you tell them that every time you go to get your nails done?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you tell your nail person that before you had your nails done, just before this incident?
I didn't have to because of the shape. So the shape that I had that week, it wasn't like a shape that is like harming. It was like a square coffin shape. So it didn't have like no points or like sharp edges and stuff like that. I mean, there's pictures of me of that week everywhere. So
Do you have a picture now with you? Do your attorneys have it?
yes,
The nails that you have on now, are they sharp and pointy?
No, that's
I
almond.
don't consider them that.
That's almond,
You
sir.
consider them pointy.
No,
Can those nails that you have on now, can they become sharp to the point where they could cut somebody if you were to scratch them? Did you see any skin or any blood underneath your fingernail after the incident? Any of your fingernails?
there was no physical incident for me to even see nothing like that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if you saw anything.
No,
Okay. Did any of your fingernails break after the incident?
no,
All 10 of them were in perfect condition? When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke, did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
no,
Did you even bring it up to him?
no. I just told him like, it's like, this is your security.
Facts.
This is your security.
Besides your chest to chest touching, did anything else touch?
No,
We about to go to the Reach, the land of the Reach. Y'all remember the Reach?
Okay. And you're a firstborn child?
to my mother, yes.
Okay. And you have other siblings, other brothers and sisters? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes, ma'am? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your first child, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you've had other children, correct?
After, yes.
Beyond irrelevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Now back to the words. I asked you yesterday if you used the N-word, if you called Miss Imani Ellis the N-word. You said you did not, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you've said that word before in your lifetime, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
And in your music, you actually say it many times, correct?
Objection,
Counsel,
relevance.
move on.
First Amendment.
Do you know what the word ghetto means?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Relevance.
Did Miss Imani Ellis call you ghetto?
I don't remember.
If someone called you ghetto, would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Me?
Yeah.
If somebody calls me ghetto, it depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Imani Ellis tell you that you're stupid?
Your Honor, relevance.
I
Overruled.
really don't remember. She did. She was cursing at me though.
What were the words that she used?
You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. You're gonna get the fuck out of my building. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then it's like when I was telling her, like, it's like, why you recording me? She's like, it's my fucking phone. It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, yeah. She also was saying like, cause I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are.
And you remember her telling you that?
I remember that.
Those exact words?
Yes.
And did that make you angry?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. When you get angry, you black out and maybe not realize what happens next.
No.
Your Honor,
Do you know if you blacked out on the date of the incident? At any time?
Absolutely.
Sustained.
I love this face.
All right. And when you were yelling back and forth, and you were speaking and yelling and screaming, you were, correct?
See?
You were yelling and screaming at each other,
Yes.
correct? And you were doing that. Did your spit come out of your mouth and go onto Imani Ellis?
I don't think so. No.
But it's possible, right?
objection.
Because when you're speaking, sometimes you use many, many words, the spit comes out, correct?
Objection.
You agree with this?
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
Well, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be happening. I don't know.
Like, man, get me back to work.
Could it be that Miss Imani Ellis was not recording you with her phone?
Objection.
Is that a possibility?
Objection called for speculation.
Sustained.
Aside from what you've just told us now about the recording, is there anything else that you have? Any other testimony about how you know Miss Imani Ellis was recording you with her phone?
She told me when I told her, why you recording me? She said, oh, my bad. She practically apologized.
Did she apologize to you?
If you say, oh, my bad, when I'm telling you why you're recording me, to me, that means you're recording me. And it's right there, right now. It's on my face.
Well,
Not on my face, literally on my face. I'm trying to be as detailed as possible, but she had it right here on her chest, like this.
and when Miss Imani Ellis told you to leave the building, you refused to leave, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were trespassing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where did you go? Did you leave the building? Did you go to your doctor's office? Where did you go next?
To my doctor's office.
And where did Miss Imani Ellis go?
I don't know.
Did she see you walk into the doctor's office?
Objection called for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you see Miss Imani Ellis when you walked into your doctor's office?
Did I saw her?
Right.
He was arguing. The receptionist came out. She got in between us. They were like, kind of like, she was like trying to calm her down. The doctor was already coming out, and he was like, go to my office. So I'm like, after that, I just went to his office and I never seen her again.
Okay. And when this, how long after, from the moment you saw Miss Imani Ellis, how long after did the doctor think he come out of his office? Was it in the middle, towards the end? Can you give us an estimate of time?
Can you repeat that a little better?
Sure. So, just for argument's sake, I'm going to estimate the time was 2 minutes. I'm not saying it was. It could have been half a minute. Just for argument. So during the 2 minutes that you and her were outside in the hallway, screaming at each other, whatever you're doing, for those 2 minutes, how long after the 2 minutes, how long from the beginning of the 2 minutes to the end did Dr. Finke come in? So he could have came in at 59 seconds, 119 seconds, 1 second. Do you understand my question?
But it wasn't 2
Hold
minutes
on,
though.
time out. All right, go ahead.
It wasn't.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
All right, let's do it again. How many seconds, I need to know this, how many seconds were you and Miss Imani Ellis in the hallway? Let's just pick a time. You pick it.
I'll say from like the beginning all the way to like walking down, it had to be like a minute or a minute or less.
Okay.
Maybe.
And you say walking down, you mean walking into Dr. Finke's office or leaving the building?
Excuse me?
When you say walking down where?
Remember, I got off the elevator, so I'm walking, trying to find the room, the office. So in between that, that was like the minute there. Like I feel, I like the verbal dispute. It had to be like 20 seconds of that.
Fine. When did Dr. Finke come out of his office?
At the end.
When it was all done, correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, when Tiara was calming down, she was still like screaming and like trying to explain herself to Tiara. I just walked away.
All right. When you got off the elevator, was there anyone else in that hallway or in that vicinity?
No.
And how long did it take before Tiara came out?
How long did it take?
And that's Tiara Malcolm.
Yes.
What's your best estimate?
Like 40 seconds at most, or like 50 seconds, like around there. I don't know.
So you and Miss Imani Ellis were alone for approximately 40 to 50 seconds before anybody came out into the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And in those 40 to 50 seconds, anything could have happened,
Objection.
right?
Assisting.
You could have scratched her face, you could have cut her face in those 40 seconds.
Counsel, we're not going to engage in speculation. If you have fact questions to ask her, please do so.
When you had the fingernails on that day, what color were the fingernails? Do you remember?
They were like
Green?
No, they were like orangey.
And you said that there were some kind of flat, I don't know, stones on them?
Yes,
Were those flat stones on all 10 fingernails?
most likely yes.
Were the 10 fingernails all the same size and had the same exact stones on them?
Mm-hmm.
So if there was one
Is that a
stone,
yes, ma'am?
Yes.
if there was one stone, it would be one stone times 10? Or is one might have 3 stones, another one may have 1 stone? Do the stones change?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous, calls for speculation.
Assisting.
What do you call them? The things that you said yesterday, what did you call them that were on your fingernail?
Flat rhinestone.
Flat rhinestones.
Mhm.
Were any of them sharp?
Not if they're flat, they're not sharp. If they're like 3D, like popping up, they sharp. But if they're flat, they're not sharp.
Okay. And do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3D on the date of the incident?
No.
At any time?
No.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp?
Objection.
Why did you just tell us that now?
Counsel, why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
He sucks. I'm just going to say it. He sucks.
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2, or 3?
Objection, ask an answer.
He sucks.
Aside from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Imani Ellis either before or after that day?
No. Honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize, like, I couldn't forget how she looked until I came here again. Like,
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
yes.
Now, when Miss Tiara Malcolm came outside, she came outside with about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right?
Mm-hmm.
How long after that?
Yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Negative.
Tiara?
Piece.
I withdraw.
Over.
Piece of time. But anyway, when Tiara Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
When Tiara Malcolm came outside, how did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? Like, what's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm about to fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finky came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like, that's it. It's done.
Right, but you testified that Tiara Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
Yeah. You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was the hamburger, and the two of you were the buns, correct?
Yeah.
Right. How did the hamburger get inside the bun?
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one of us gave her space. She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that Imani Ellis was yelling that you hit her,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
She was saying that,
Mm-hmm.
and you didn't hit her.
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
So I don't know who Tiara Woods is, but
Tiara Malcolm, I apologize. Tiara Malcolm.
Do we have a question?
How tall are
what
you?
was the question?
How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
5'3".
Okay, how about on that date of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were they flats? Were they heels? What was it?
It's like the flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Imani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing face to face, were your eyes like the same level? Or did she look taller? Did she look shorter? What is your recollection?
We was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just much taller, but she was practically my height. But she is like
What? Say it.
security heavy.
What does security heavy mean? Just tell us.
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building. So, you know what I'm saying? She just
Right.
looked more developed than me.
And aren't security guards to be more?
Cardi said she built like a linebacker, son. Okay, she built like a linebacker. Do you see me? Do you see me? She built like a linebacker. The brick house. Oh my God. I cannot with her. I really can't.
Objection, irrelevant.
Assistant.
Did you at any time tell Miss Imani Ellis that you were pregnant?
No.
That building, you agree, is not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection, my submission. Also, this was covered.
I withdraw the
I was just asking us.
The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right?
Objection, last foundation.
Assisting.
Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finke. There was other different offices there, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
This is struggle prosecuting.
When you
Not even
were
prosecute.
getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
When you went to see Dr. Finke, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, something happened, whatever you told, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him?
Objection.
Sustained. Counsel, do you have anything to add?
This is the worst questioning ever. This is bad. Embarrassing. Security heavy, Katie.
Earlier, well, I'll withdraw that. Did you post anything about the incident of February 24th, 2018 on the internet?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that, and I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. But I never really got into details about it. I just
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
yes.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
It was, I don't think I posted something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know that?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Chat, is it $24 million? This is like ASAP Rally all over again. If you guys are just now finding me at the start of the year, we watched the ASAP Rocky, ASAP Rally thing, scraped up knuckles, shells in a lunch bag and a Dunkin' Donuts bag. 24 million. For those that talked about the reach, and if you remember, right? Let me open it up. The land of the reach, the reach around, the reaching. This is the reach in Westeros, okay? The reach, the land of the reach in Game of Thrones. Sometimes people are retching around. Would she say that she had to get plastic surgery because there was a cut on her face that was 2 centimeters? $24 million. Ain't no way. That's right. She's almost done, guys, and we'll get back to the Adelson case, but $24 million. Well, damn. That's the scary part about being a celebrity,
Did you sue her?
No.
Could you have sued her?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
And don't forget, Cardi went in with Tasha
Did
K.
you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on
Emails?
the posts apologize for anything that you did that day?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Argument.
Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Imani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
My explanation.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Okay. Are you aware that your security guard, Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf?
Objection.
Assisting.
Did your security guard tell you that he apologized to Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection. Asked and answered. Argumentative. Last Sunday.
Assisting.
Have you ever been assaulted and battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can pass the question.
Did you know that by your actions, you took away the feeling of safety for Imani Ellis?
All right. Counsel,
Yes, Your
are
Honor.
you done?
I have a few more questions.
Have them be fact-based.
Yes, Your Honor. And do you agree that this incident, which we're talking about, why we're all here today, is occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 2,741 days ago,
Objection.
based on my math.
Relevant, Your Honor.
Assisting.
How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection. As to the days.
Overruled.
Yes.
I mean, I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole. I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out
Okay.
thing.
All right. And have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite? Have you ever done that before?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant.
Assisting.
Did you have any jewelry on you at the time of the incident, whether it was on your hands or your neck?
Objection. Asked and answered. Relevant.
Assisting.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second.
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay. And when you were standing there, were you facing Dr. Finke's office or a different side? Do you understand the question?
Objection. Negative.
I withdraw the question. When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically in the same spot the whole time?
Objection. Asked and answered. I think you covered it.
Assisting.
When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finke's office? Yes?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Assisting.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the day of the incident?
Objection.
For how long?
Assisting.
Would you consider yourself a peaceful person?
Objection. Relevant.
Assisting.
Girl, I'm with you, Cardi.
After you saw Dr. Finke You spent about 15 minutes with him. You left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Imani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
And he was in the lobby area waiting for you?
That's the answer.
Assisting.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
That's irrelevant.
Assisting.
Aside from Tiara Malcolm and Dr. Finke and Imani Ellis, who were in that hallway, were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
Objection.
Assisting.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened? If you know, do you know if anyone did?
I apologize. I thought you were done.
I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently. When you were up there outside the hallway with Imani Ellis, did you see anyone else, whether it was a security guard, another doctor, or someone else, come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area?
Objection. That's the answer.
Assisting.
And he ain't getting anything. None of it.
I forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Imani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No.
You never touched her nose like this?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, folks, why don't we take our morning recess and we start back up at 10:30. The first case, if anyone is doing other jurors, no call me accused or doing research. We'll see you at 10:50.
Yo. That was funny. Chat. Oh my God. The reach, the retch around, all of it. I can't believe this case is a thing. It just moved on. Someone else is on the stand now. I wanted to take a brief break and look at that because hold on. Let me take this man down for a minute. Listen, what people don't understand about celebrities is they have deep pockets. They're deeply litigious. What that means is if you try to sue them, please come correct and come correct the first time. Have valid claims, have valid arguments. This thing happened 7-8 years ago. Well, let's see some medical reports. We saw with ASAP Rocky and ASAP Relly that ASAP Relly had scraped knuckles. He didn't go to the hospital immediately. He went back to the crime scene, alleged crime scene, and picked up shell casings by himself. How come the police didn't find it, but he found it? That's actually still going to trial. I think that's going to be our January case, but that's on the civil side. ASAP Relly and the state of California lost that case. Y'all remember Lanyard Lewin? This case is giving me those vibes. Now with Cardi B, she went to war with Tasha K. She didn't have to, but she went to war with Tasha K over what was being said. Now, this is no shade at Tasha K because Tasha K, rightfully so, defended herself in that case as well. But what I'm saying, and the reason why I bring it up, is that these people will continue to fight for their, for their rights here. Now, she under subpoena, it's a civil case, maybe things like that. It's the state of California. So if she's in court and she has to be in court, then she's there. Now, you had her there yesterday, the day before. We've seen 3 wigs so far, right? But it looks like she is done testifying. I missed yesterday, but this was brilliant. It made my year because, that's the other thing. If you're going to be on a team where you have a civil litigation client that claims that they've got hurt, that there's tortious conduct, things of the like. You need to be able to prove all of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, this is the other party that's on the stand. That's like, it didn't happen. You don't have proof. Sorry. Yeah, I went live. And then he called it an email or something along those lines. This just gave me huge ASAP Rally vibes. That's my take on it. But wow. Now I don't even got to catch up. Cardi B done closed the case. She was just like, okay. Is that what she said? Okay. Like, it's done. She's just like, open and close. You want to bring me back up here? She's like, this is so stupid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, back to regular scheduled programming. we went from this to that, but it was a nice little dopamine thing. I mean, even look at Jeff. Jeff's like, Cardi just demolished him on the stand. I mean, I don't know. She ain't even have to do anything. Cardi just did it herself. Thank you, Jeff, for the forehead wrinkle. It was very timely and it helped. So class, we took a little field trip. Okay. Like nice little field trip, but let us come back to the Queen Pin Grandma and go from there.
There's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with, have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that
That was Cardi B coming to this courtroom too.
phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so, in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Slide 116. Okay, looks like on this one, there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanawa, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Catherine. This was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please.
He really is a great witness. He's very solid. Doesn't defer. Doing a great
You
job.
testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Wow. It's a big extraction.
Specific as to donnaharvey@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amounts.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendy Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendy Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done. Yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So this is kind of the basics.
Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detail that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendy Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm sorry that this is so abrupt. Unfortunately, there's something happening with my software back here. I do need to reset the stream, so I'm gonna do that immediately. We're gonna have a quick break. I'm just going to restart the stream right now, so that means that this will end, and then a new one will start. Okay, so just go to my channel, go to the live. I'm gonna do it right now. It's gonna take me probably about 30 seconds to restart. I'm just letting you know that there is a software glitch with StreamYard. It does happen with these live trials from time to time. So I'm gonna do that real quick, all right? So don't go anywhere, stay on the channel. Just go to the live tab and you'll see it in 30 seconds, okay? So I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, all right? And I'm leaving our pause right where it is so we can pick up on this. I'm also hearing, because we're a few minutes behind, probably about 20, 30, that there's an undercover agent that did the bump on the stand. So we're going to pick it up right there. Cat Lawyer's going to finish up, but I'm just letting you guys know, all right? So that way, anyone's that's watching live in chat, that's what's happening. If you're watching on replay, go over to part 2 of this stream, all right? I'll see you guys in a second.